Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. All right, Friday we had major sell-off. Got a little gap right here between overnight and pre-market. I think I've identified some liquidity areas, some liquidity boxes. However, the market looks neutral. It looks neutral. Now we see the 5 MA and the 20 MA converging. We see the 5 and the 20 converging. The 20's at 46.59. We have the 5 at 7.50. All right, let's let these early candles play out. I think we're too close to the 20 to make any plays. Let's just be patient today. Not every day's in trading day. That might be today. I'm not thrilled with this price action in pre-market. Usually it's easy, but I don't think today's going to be that easy. Yeah, so I noticed some very fishy activity going on in the WAP, right? Which is the so I used to have this like free trial period, but then I realized a lot of people were abusing the free trial. So because you know what, nothing actually happened. But just as precaution, I'm gonna probably make the play setups a little tighter, meaning we're probably gonna go behind the secret wall a little bit more. That's why we can't have nice things, yeah. I just want to protect everyone, so that's in the Discord. So if you're on YouTube and you may not find as much value in the stream anymore. You may not find value in the stream. However, we are offering the weekly plan now, so it's 45 bucks. We're gonna be raising that after 4th of July. So after 4th of July, so get in now. You can get locked in at 45 if you want the weekly plan. Otherwise, it's gonna go up after 4th of July. based on suspicious activity. Very suspicious activity. Not that anything happened, but I just want to be, I may be overly cautious. I may be overly cautious, but suspicious activity. I'm not going to say any names. I just want to protect the Discord members, just in case. You can't be too careful. Let's see how we react underneath this liquidity box here. Let's see if we can get us to the top of this one, or maybe 39.92. Alright, Discord, be patient here, okay? Wait for the setup. And if you're just joining and you're like, hey, why is he blocking all the plays? Because certain people make it as such. Certain people take advantage. Can't let that happen. Alright, Discord, before you make any moves, make sure it makes sense. You need to start overlaying all the charts, right? I updated all the charts, by the way. Extra security measure. So all those old links, they don't work anymore. So you might need to refresh your browser if you're having an issue accessing the charts. But anyone on YouTube, if you're interested in doing this stuff, I recommend you go to the last video that I posted. I think it was, yeah, I posted it yesterday. Go look at that last video, and then that should make your determination. If you really want to make money, if you're just sitting on here trying to hustle a couple bucks here and there, fine. But if you're really interested in doing some stuff, you need to go check out the last video. And it's because I put out those videos why I don't feel the need to why we're changing things up a little bit. All right, have a good one. Have a good one. Take care. Good luck. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. JR, whenever you're ready, we'll be here. Whenever you're ready. But if you're really interested, go take a look at that video. Just fast forward through it. You don't have to watch the whole thing. It's like 8 minutes or something like that. Fast forward through it. You'll see why it's probably valuable. So for YouTube, the play is going to be above the 20. We got to do this. That's the YouTube play. Before I forget, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss in relation to its content. And then go to lightsbytrading.com so I can get you sorted. We got to be patient here. Make sure everything makes sense. Look, if we're in here, we're probably in chop. Let me do that again. Let me do that again. Let's pay attention to this chop box. We're gonna call this the chop box. Oh no, lick box. Let's pay attention to this lick box here. We got 13 minutes on this candle. We're below the water. Below the water, below the water. Everything's below the water. So let's see if we're just gonna grab liquidity. I recommend we're patient today. Let's just be patient. We're back at market open. You didn't miss a thing. Just wait for it. So if you didn't take any trades yet, there's probably nothing to do in here, right? Whatever I drew this, probably nothing to do, right? Just be patient. Let it build. Let it build. Also, after Friday, some consolidation to absorb all that big movement, that would be reasonable. So don't overextend yourself. If we get caught in chop once, maybe twice, it's probably not our day. Let them figure out what's going on in here. Not a big fan of this price action. especially in this little chop. If it was bigger chop, all right, cool. We got something to work with, but little chop, we gotta wait. We gotta be patient. If this lick box is gonna break, it'll probably coincide with the week cycle, right? It'll probably coincide with the week cycle, so be patient. We got 7.5 minutes left on this 30-minute candle. All right, we're testing the upper limits of this lick box now. Let's see if this purple can get us to what is this? 45.32. High days at 44.60, so that's gonna be the first test. All right, they're building good liquidity in here. They're building very good liquidity in here. Steams, yeah, one-on-one, join the Discord. Yeah, I saw some suspicious activity on your account, so I had to ban you, brother. I had to ban you. I could go through it later with you. I'm not gonna go through it right now. Also, it wasn't even that. So the main reason why I thought it was just some of our interaction, right? Because at one point you're saying, I'm a struggling college student. All right, cool, no big deal. And then on the next end you're saying, and then I'm like, look, if you want certain information, just join the Discord. And you're like, oh, I can't, I don't have money. Okay, then save up the money. And then you'd come back and say, hey, I just made X amount of money on the play, which means you have the $45, which is fine. You don't have to join. Obviously, I'm doing this, but you also don't have to lie to me, because I'm not a cop. I'm not a judge that's gonna sentence you to jail. Like, you don't have to lie to me. Why lie to me? It doesn't make any sense. You don't. I'm the last person you need to lie to, man. Not every day is a trading day. I mean, we don't. This is not the optimal price action. We see that I went from one lig box and then bouncing in between these two right here. So it's probably a no man's land in here, right? All right, well, 2 times, that probably means something. Also, you know, the call scenario above the 20. We got to see if they're just traveling in this purple, because this purple has good liquidity now, and we see a little bit of weakness in purple. What up, Nick 8? So it's either we're traveling in purple like this, we're either in purple, and if they decide to break purple, then you got to watch out for this right here. So I think purple holds the cards right now. Also, if you got stopped out in this little range right here, that probably means you're chasing your stops way too tight. Remember, we're below the water on everything, right? Below the water, below the water, below the water. Everything's below the water, so we got, if they want to push up, we got to look for a liquidity grab somewhere. Steams, it's fine, buddy. It's not. This isn't for everybody. This isn't for everybody. You're not forced to to day trade with LST. It's not for everybody. You know, nothing I can do. You know, it's try. You know, YouTube. Do the YouTube thing if you think that's going to be beneficial for you. All I'm saying is there's no reason to lie to me. Why lie to me? Like I'm nobody for you to tarnish your integrity as a man. Who am I for you to tarnish your integrity? It doesn't even make sense. All right, we're still in this purple for now. Still in the purple. There you go, Leah. Tell him. Tell him, Leah. The lie is, it's actually not important, but I'll tell you. The lie is telling me, I don't, you join the free trial. All right, cool. When you join the free trial, you go into the website. It has the WAP service, right, for the payments. So you kept going in and out of the WAP, but you canceled your free trial. Now, I'm not saying you did it, but there have been other people that have used that free period to gain Discord member information and to try to scam. So when I see people that quit the trial a month ago, yet they're still in the WAP, constantly in the WAP, even on Friday. Even on Friday, you were still in there, but you decided to quit the free trial, but you're still in the WAP, right? So just based on history, hold on, wait, let's see. Look, we might have, this is tough price action here. We might have this right here. So we have to watch out for this. This might be a supply and demand day. So we're still in this purple until we're not. Anyways, yeah, you constantly stayed in the WAP, right? Which is the payment system. Even though you quit the free trial. So you quit the free trial, meaning it's not for you, you didn't like what you saw, fine. Nothing wrong with that. But then you would show up after the fact saying, hey, I just made so much money, meaning, and then you tell me I don't have any money. You don't need to tell me your money situation, right? I gave the free trial so you can see if it was worth it. And then even after the free trial, obviously it was because you stayed and then you made money. And then you told me I don't have any money. so I'm just saying, like, which one is, it doesn't even matter to me because look, it's 45 bucks. I think I'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm really not worried about it. But, just to show you that I don't care, I care about the Discord members and their safety and their protection. So I had to do what I had to do. Yeah, I try to tell you all that this is probably going to be an ugly day. It's probably going to be an ugly day. Because look, Friday was big movement. Look at this movement, right? So the market's trying to figure itself out right now. And then I think SpaceX is causing some issues too, right? Because people trying to get ready for SpaceX, so they're liquidating some of their taking profit. Yeah, Steams, I get it. I'm not saying you did anything. I'm just saying I've seen that type of activity from foreign countries specifically. Specifically from foreign countries. And immediately after, there's scammers trying to, steal or trying to pose as either me or some of the admin. And they're trying to take people's identity, so... Or they're trying to scam, right? So if I see that you decided to not join, but you're still in the payment system, then that gives me pause for concern. That's all. And it's been a month. Also, it would cost more for the weekly plan than the monthly plan, so it doesn't. It's not a big deal, man. It's not a big deal. This isn't for everybody. This is not for everybody. And also, you know, if people are hesitant, or if they're like, hey, this is my last dime and this is my last ditch effort trying to make it, I don't want anyone to join this Discord if this is their situation. I'm down and out on my luck, and this is my, and I see you guys run some good plays. That's not that. That's not what this is. Okay, no big deal. No big deal. You can still follow along on the YouTube, or change the name and try to join like that. But otherwise, I don't think there's anything else we can do. Now, when I'm saying 3-point gap, I mean, depending on, you know, if you're dead center right here on either calls or puts, it's you know, 3 points that I see that you got to be willing to gamble on. There's no clear setup here. We're just in this purple until we're not. So if we reject off this purple here, that means we're just in the weak cycle, and there's obviously purple rejection, and then that should coincide with the weak cycle. If we break the purple, we should get above the water. Cruz, let me okay, so if that flexion point holds a high or low, watch out for possible upside if it breaks the second purple node. So if that flexion point are you talking about the 5 minute or the 1 minute, Cruz? I got you, bud. No big deal. I'm just trying to protect the pride. That's all. I'm trying to protect my pride, not like literal pride, but you know, like Lion King pride. I just want to protect the Discord members. That's all, man. Cruise, everything you said, correct. I mean, you're probably looking at, like I said, the stop loss needs to be wide on this, so 43.28 maybe, somewhere up here, I'd say. Here, let's analyze the data, right? Let's analyze the data. Today, you might have to hold for dear life for today. But look, let's analyze this data. So I'm going to clear all this up. We don't need to think too hard. Watch. Now we got data. We don't need to think too hard. So we're in purple until we're not, first of all. And second, we have our high, higher low, higher low. If we get up here, you better look the other way. So from this point here, we need to see if we're grabbing liquidity from this no man's land. This, you know, I'm not going to say 50-50. We'll call it a no man's land. We're going to see if we're going to grab liquidity from here to push up. If not, we're just still in purple. Well, look, it's going to be really hard to be wrong twice in a row, so just don't over leverage. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. And also, we had an amazing day on Friday, so just don't eat any of your profit. You're going to be fine. You got to let it all play out, right? You got to let it play out. The price action just, you see it. You see what it is. So we tested 40.83 once. We're testing 40.83 again. So we get to see how much they're going to defend 40.83. If the bulls really don't want to give it up, they're like, no, 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 Friday was too much. Friday was too much. We can't give up 40.83, right? Or whatever that number, what do I have? 40.75. So on our diagonal liquidity, we see there's a lot built up right here on this purple here, right? We see there's a lot of liquidity built up right on this purple right here. So they're having a hard time breaking the purple and breaking this, right? So maybe we have one of these happening. If it gets back up to, like, let's say around here, then maybe we're going to form this. But for right now, the data that we... Are you buying options on TV? Damn, Influx, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I don't know what options on TV means. Oh. No, I have a separate brokerage. I just use TradingView for the charting. You see that liquidity on this purple right here? There's plenty of liquidity in our diagonal liquidity, right? Plenty right here. And we see big rejection here, big rejection here. So look, we're seeing, hold on, let me show you. We're seeing this. So one of them's gonna win. We don't know which one yet. We'll find out. But one of them will win. I'm just worried that we stay stuck in this little range all damn day. And we probably won't know who won until up here. And then we're going to look back and say, oh yeah, look at all this liquidity purple built up. So we're going to have to be patient today. All right, look, now we have to watch out for this, right? To see if they're doing this. So at this level here, oops, excuse me, hold on. Let me draw that a little bit better. And then we're gonna look for some safety, probably somewhere up here, right? I'm gonna clean up the chart. Yeah. I know I could do better. All right, now they're testing 42.56, our last higher low. If you took the break of purple, protect this trade. Now we want to see if they form some type of support at what is this? Around 42.51. Yeah, we need to form some type of support right here to see if they're gonna push up. We're almost back at market open. If you sat on your hands all this time, good. Today's looking ugly. waiting for the setup, wait for the setup. If you took purple, you need to start protecting your trade. It's 30 sideways. You might need to start adjusting your stops. Okay, target hit. So we knew that if we broke purple, we're going to get above the water, right? We already knew that. We already knew that. No surprise here. All right, took the break of purple. Good job. Good job. Because we knew purple had the liquidity, right? We knew purple had the liquidity. We knew if it broke the purple, this is our best bet. This is probably our best bet. Now, you're at the mercy. You're going to see some violence in here. So just adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop out, but you probably need to adjust. Here comes the violence. Here comes the violence. So we saw that we broke purple, formed support exactly on 42.51, exactly on 42.51 to push up to the next key level. Next key level hit. Now you need to sit on your hands and wait if you haven't taken a trade yet. Now you need to wait. We knew there's going to be violence here, right? All right, look, to people on YouTube that aren't used to this or don't know what I'm talking about, don't understand the setups, it takes time. So let me show you. We're gonna go screen share. Took the break of purple, easy money. That was a call out, right? That was the setup. So if you took break of purple to the target 41.77 to 43.75, this is good money. This is good money, right? Anything past this, great. But the setup was here. I told you, if it breaks as purple, it's gonna go above the water. I told everybody in the world this. Everybody in the world knew. Oh, if you don't know what above the water means, you need to join the Discord. You need to join the Discord. I'm trying to tell y'all. You're worried about spending $45 for a week? This probably is not for you. Especially when you have the data right in front of you. Now when these legs close, if they close, you need to figure out, are you willing to hold through the weak cycle or not? This is what you need to figure out now. Here's second bite at the apple here, right? Here's second bite at the apple coming up, so figure out your life. A point and a half, how much? 41, this is almost 2 points. This is almost 2 points. Like I said, if you got stopped out on puts, you know where the setup is. If you bought puts, you know where the setup is. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Very hard. You have to work against yourself to be wrong twice in a row. If we're in purple until we're not, that means if you're in puts, purple's probably your exit, right? Now figure out if you're going to hold through the weak cycle or not. If there's, or if this is going to be a full cycle, we don't know. So this is the risk you're taking, right? From holding too long. That's why I told everyone, if you're waiting for this, wait for it. Don't force it, just wait. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. If they break blue and continue to 40.69, we're going to look for another blue underneath underneath 39.92. This is no structure, right? This is just chop. There's no structure here. So just understand that there's absolutely no market structure here. This is just chop. We're probably trading on a 30-second time frame with this price action. So we're gonna see if they stay in blue, if they reject off of blue. If they break it, then we're gonna look for something below 39.92. Because you got to measure risk to reward on blue. Let's say they break blue, you got to measure risk to reward from wherever it crosses blue to like 40.77. All right, so this blue probably has some strength in it, right? Because they rejected off of it. Not rejected, but we see there's some hesitation here. So this blue probably has some strength. So this purple and this blue, they're valid. Hell yeah, it's today's yeah, it's ugly today. It's ugly. You gotta, I mean, we really just need to be disciplined. We really just need to be disciplined and understand the rules, right? The rules are, if you get money, protect your trade. That's what it's gonna be today. If you held through the week cycle, you need to adjust your stop if you held through the week cycle. So you have to ask yourself up here, when I told you it's about to get hectic, you need to ask yourself, can I survive the week cycle or not? If not, you better take your profit. If so, you're holding. And then you'd probably have to exit on 40.75-ish. Yeah, today is gonna take a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline. All right, Discord, that cup's about to close. So if you played the cup and handle, that cup's about to close. You need to figure out your life soon. You need to figure out your life soon because the cup is about to close. We're gonna review in maybe like, I don't know, let's give it like 15-20 minutes, and we're gonna review and we're gonna show everybody everything. We're gonna show it all. Open kimono. Don't look in my kimono. Damn, Nikki, how fast are you chewing that gum? they, should, they should have gum that lasts all day. You know what? I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. Because I'll chew gum until it gets sandy and mealy. I'll chew a piece of gum until I'll get every dime out of that gum. I don't know, do they still make the yellow juicy fruit? They used to sell something called juicy fruit a long time ago in a yellow package. Man, 3 chews, done. Yeah, you're right. We're too focused on AI. They need to focus on gum flavor. I'm telling y'all right now, there's no structure here. This is just chop. I know it looks like maybe something or other, but this is just chop. On a higher time frame, let's see. This is just chop. We don't have anything here really. They're shaking out the so there's diamond hands. What's the other thing besides diamond hands? What do they call it? They call it dick. Oh, okay. Is that what they call it? They're shaking out the people with with dick. Yeah, if you got copper feet, you're getting chopped up today. If you got diamond hands, you're doing okay. All right, this cup's about to close. You need to start to figure out your life right now. This cup is about to close. Somewhere around here. All right, cup closed. I mean, it got a little bit more. Maybe 44.57 would be like proper cup close, but or this one too. You can take this one too. Whichever one. Either one of these is I would consider cup close. All right, from this point here, if we get below, I know it's a long way away, but if we get below 41.24, you gotta look the other way. Meaning, if we're expecting a handle to form, you know, ideally we like whatever I have drawn. Ideally. So look, we got, here, let me just clean this up real quick. Let me clean it up. So let's say we had our cup and handle. This, something like this would be ideal, right? If we get below this, we gotta look the other way. So we have to hope that this weak cycle, if it's a weak cycle, that it is actually a weak cycle for this handle, right? All right, you need to protect your trade. If you took this this thing that whatever I had here, you need to protect this trade. Remember, if we break above this higher high, or this, if we break this lower structure, this was it, right? Right here. So you need to protect this trade now. Easy money. if you're waiting for that handle, wait for it. Or if you're waiting for maybe a lick grab off of the 20, wait for it. This is just chop, you know. Yeah, today's not easy like yesterday or Friday. All right, on our 5-minute chart, we're reaching the top of this lick box, so there might be some violence right here. Oh, which is also the top of the lick box right here, so protect your trade, adjust your stops. All right, we got the 20 at 46.67. No, it's 45 for the week, 150 for the month. Nikki, just go look at the week we had last week. I made a video about every single play, or not, the trades last week. Go look at that video. It'll tell you everything you need to know. All right, we're on the top of this lick box, right? Expect some violence here. If we break above retest, maybe the 20, right? Maybe the 20 is on the menu. 48%. Good job, Doug. Doug's learning. Doug's learning. He's not in and out in the same exact candle. Sorry, Doug. I had to... a little dig at you. A little dig at Doug. All right, some violence right here on the top of the lick box here, right? Here, I'm just going to extend this over. So we see the play was to the lick box, right? After this lick box, we don't know. After the lick box, we don't know. Look, everyone on YouTube. Everyone, this is when I went into the secret room and made up the plan. So we had an idea. This is for Discord. You guys need to listen. When we made the plan, we had an idea that this right here, you know, we wanted to see a break, retest, and reject underneath. What was it? 4211. This was kind of sketchy, right? Because it actually did it, right? Break, retested, rejected. We didn't get any continuation. Nothing you can do there. However, you know, I did say we got to see if we're grabbing liquidity from in between here in this no man's land, right? We understood that our diagonal liquidity was on purple. So, you know, again, we're in purple until we're not. Once we broke purple and we identified blue, you know, everything went pretty smooth. Pretty smooth. And I told you once we got here, you know, if you're not willing to hold through the week cycle, which was literally obviously here, then you need to take your profit. You can always get back in. Where? Right here, where we identified. Right here. Here's a second bite at the apple. Figure out your life. Figure out your life now. Second bite at the apple right here. We're testing the top of this lick box right here. If you're on YouTube, you're trying to make money, it's going to be difficult because I'm giving the plays on the 5-minute chart. Everyone already knew what to expect. We already knew. Prince dropped a song. How did Prince drop a song? I don't think he's with us anymore. Doug, which trade did you take, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, from the vault? Okay. Doug, if you don't mind me asking, which trade did you take? I know it was a call, but which was it, on the breakup purple, or was it on this one up here at 43.72? Ah, okay. Good job. Good job. Here, I'm going to screen share really quick so people don't think I'm just talking to myself and making it up. Screen share. Doug, he bought a call. 43.72. Small gain. Good money. That's good money, Doug. Stop. Stop it. That's good money. We got to build that account nice and slow, nice and easy. We want to build a solid foundation. We're building the foundation. 2 weeks ago, you were talking a different story, right? My, what a difference 2 weeks makes. My, what a difference. Now you get it. Now you're getting it, brother. I knew you would. I knew you would, because you show up to work. And you're understanding the risk, right? You only wanted to risk until the top of the lick box. Perfect. Perfect. You waited for the setup, and you waited for the A1 setup. That's the important thing. You waited for the A1 setup. That's the important thing. And you didn't let the red candle scare you out, because you knew your stop needed to be probably somewhere down here, right? The last low. Oh, look at all the great days. Look at all the great look at all the great days we're having. All right, good job. My mind's set. Okay. My mind is set now because I'm motivated for the future. That's what I'm talking. See, there you go. Now you sound like you're repeating me. You sound like you're just copying me. Exactly, right? In a little, now Doug, this takes time. Don't over leverage yet. Don't over leverage ever, but what I'm saying is that's exactly right. In very short amount of time, in very short amount of time, you know, you're going to get to that point where even a little move like that, you wait for the proper setup, even a little move like that is going to be, you know, a full work day. You'll see, or even, you know, more than a full work day. But let's share, screen share. Did I screen share? My mindset, motivated for the future. There we go. Who else had a good day? Look at this. Great day. Great day. But if you made money, call it a day. You don't have to sit here and do this all day, okay? You don't have to sit here and do this all day. Go enjoy your day. If you're still in the play, then you're still in the play. You may be hoping for this 20. You may be hoping for this 20. If you are, you're going to survive this cycle, right? You already have it in your mind. I took the break of blue up. $50. All right, there you go, Nikki. Nikki, the break of Nikki took the break. Nikki, you gotta join the Discord. That's not even a setup. Nikki, you gotta join the Discord. That's not even a setup. But you know, if you're up, you need to. That's so funny. Nikki, you're cute. You're cute. Protect that trade, Nikki, or take some money. Yeah, you did. No, good job. Yeah, take the money. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. But Nikki, I'm telling you, man, just I know it sounds like I think your best bet. I could be. I know I sound like such a slimy, greasy salesman, and I hate it, but it's just true. It's just true. Like, you know, the facts are the facts. I know it sounds like a greasy salesman, and I hate that, but I don't know how else to motivate people to do better for themselves. I don't know how else. Even when I offer free trials, still not enough. And then they try to take advantage. I'm not saying you, Steams. I'm not saying you. But I gotta watch out for the pack. Take your time, brother. No rush. No need to promise. Because Break a Blue wasn't even a setup. But if you made money, even better. Got a big vacation coming up. Where are you going? Let me guess. You're going to Legoland. All right, look. They closed this bigger cup here. Watch. Look at this. They closed this bigger cup. Why did I do that? What's wrong with me? Man, let's see if that has strength to get to the 20. I don't like these little tiny candles like this. Not a big fan of this little tiny candle mumbo jumbo. South Lake Tahoe. Nikki, you already got money. What are you talking about? You already got money. I'm gonna tell you like I tell everybody. If $45 in a week is gonna break your bank, if that's gonna change your vacation, you probably shouldn't be day trading. You probably shouldn't be day trading if $45 is gonna break your bank. They're having a hard time getting through this lick box here, right? See the lick box? They're having a real hard time. So this, we might need to do something like, it's actually right here. It might need to do something like this. Hold on, let me redraw that. It looks like they probably want to get to this 20, but we're a good little ways away. They probably want to get to this 20 though. No, I got you. LST, I'd buy a used car. No. It's 45 for the week, man. I'd buy a used car. Why a used car? Oh, used car salesman, my bad. I was like, what? That's so random. But I remember I just used that reference. Look, this was, hold on, let me show everybody. This was, if you're just tuning in, I think it was maybe by 9:40 or something like that. Not even, earlier than that. We had this little path drawn way early. We actually had two, right? It was either going to be this, which this one, I get it. If it faked you out, I get it. I think one person got faked out. But we identified the entry on the break of purple. We identified the entry for calls on the break of purple. I'm pretty sure I told everyone we're in purple until we're not. I wanted to buy some shares. I looked early on SpaceX, and it was like $135, and I'm like, I don't know. That sounds kind of pricey if the only thing they're making money off is Starlink. And then I looked again, and it was $162 for one share. I was like, wait, what? They haven't even flipped a dime yet. They haven't even flipped a profit yet. What do you mean $162? And then I see that that they did, number one, they're letting the NASDAQ and IWM, they're letting SpaceX go in breaking the rules. They're entering them into the index, breaking the rules. And then I see that the demand from retail investors is like doubled. So I'm like, you know what? This looks like a recipe for gosh darn. To me, you know, to me it sounds like a rug pull, but heavy resistance at, what is this? 45.32. Heavy resistance right here. Heavy resistance at 45.32. If you're doing the lick box play, if you're playing off the lick box right here, pretty specific, pretty exact. So let's see what they got. You want to wait for, if they want to continue up to the 20, we're gonna look for another purple. And if you're on YouTube, not in Discord, now you see why it's valuable to be in the Discord. Now you see why, because this is just what it is. It is what it is. Is that how they say it? Even if you got it wrong here, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. I'm telling you, it's really hard to be wrong twice in a row. It's mathematically impossible. And the only reason I'm saying that is because it hasn't happened yet. Let's see if this week cycle can take us up to the 20. Let's see if we can get us to the 20. I thought they stopped the fast track for them. I think they lowered the entry cap from 500K investors down to 2K for retail. Yeah, but then they recently opened up to everybody. And they only stopped the fast track on SPY. Or SPX, excuse me. Show me the 20. So from what I heard this morning is that they opened it up to everybody, not just smaller accounts. And they opened it up to everybody, and SPX is decided to keep them out. I see a rug pull. He lost a lot on Twitter, now X. He paid back his investors for X with stock for SpaceX. Yeah. These guys know what they're doing, man. They know what they're doing. All right, we see some liquidity building up right here. I'm just going to clean this up just a little bit. We see some micro liquidity building up right here. Yeah, this cycle looks... We'll see. We don't know. Because, you know, literally one candle could trigger an avalanche. One candle could trigger an avalanche. So it's hard to tell. And, you know, the structure is not broken yet. So it's still intact. That's why I try to, you know, give everyone the risk, right? If you're taking the play from, what was it, 43.75, whatever it was, right here, the risk is top of the lick box. That's the risk. If you took it from purple, you know, the first risk was right to here. We see a little pullback on this lick box as well on the 30-minute. It'd be nice if they hit that 20 though. That would be nice. That would be very nice. If it doesn't hit the 20 on this go around, then I'm gonna probably stop out. Been holding long enough. This one danced right on my stop for my runners. This danced right on my stop. See, now I'm going to make the mistake I always do and chase it too close. I always do this, so. Here we go. I need to get up and walk away, but I can't. You know what? I'm going to let it play out. It's a little bit above break even, so this is just for the runners. I already took profit on everything else. It's a little bit above break even. I'm going to get up and walk away. And, I mean, I could go a little bit. I just don't like going negative. I could go a little bit lower and, you know, I'd still win for the day, but I'm going to get up and walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, Discord, let's go through it real quick. Let's go through it really quick. All right, look. So we broke the blue. Here's the break of blue here. Let me take this one away really quick. We broke the blue, right? Maybe there's gonna be some violence in here. So maybe this, right? So watch out for this. Something ideal would be underneath here. This would be ideal on a BRR. We have to watch out for this right here as well, which means there's a no man's land right here, kind of where we're in, and there's going to be one right here. All right, so the price is moving quick. Maybe we got some news. So what? So we're almost at the 50-50 right now. Oh, well, that lined up. Okay, well, that lined up perfect. That lined up perfect. So you see, overlay your 1 minute and your 5 minute. Right, here's the 50-50 right here. Right here, let me show you. The 50-50 is right here. So just be careful here. Wait, now look. Violence in here for this. There's violence in here for this, right? So this might be the violence for this. So it's really no man's, just wait for down here. That's your best bet. If you didn't already take the break of blue, you gotta wait for down here. All right, I'm going back. If you're on the 1 minute chart or on YouTube, oh wait, am I still blanked? No, here. If you're on the 1 minute chart or if you're on YouTube, so we broke our blue, which is the entry for puts. We're gonna call this one. We're gonna call this one. We need to see if we're gonna form support here to head up, or if we're gonna break and retest underneath like this. So it's either one of these. We're probably at a 50-50. So we don't know from here. Gotta wait to find out. Discord, whatever I have on the screen, those are the setups, right? If none of that happens, then look. If none of that happens, then we're just in chop. So wait for it to be obvious. You can wait for it to be obvious at this point, because now we got some movement here. We got some quick motion here. So you can wait for it to be obvious. Start overlaying that 1 minute chart and that 5 minute chart. Whichever one you decide on, make sure it makes sense. Meaning you gotta go through all of them. Okay? Make sure it makes sense. I got stopped out on that teal. I'm glad I did, because I wouldn't have been okay with this type of drawdown. Even if it does go up, I just wouldn't have been okay with this drawdown. I took my profit up here. My runners got just underneath break even. So we had a trade here, a trade right here. If you're just tuning in, you didn't see any of it, but rewind the tape after we're done. We had a trade here and a trade here. So these are good trades. We made good money today. If you made money, you need to think about calling it a day. Remember where I told you about that violence and why. If you have any questions, you need to say something now. Say something now. Don't sit here not knowing, what to expect or what to do when it happens. This is the time where you speak. We're in orange until we're not. We're in orange until we're not. All right, YouTube, if you took this call on this bounce here, you need to protect this trade. Or people on Discord trading on the 1 minute chart, you need to protect the trade now on this 50-50 bounce right here. This is what I was telling you about the violence right here. Remember, I told you the violence right here, okay? So just stay calm. If you didn't take a trade yet, wait. If you're taking the risk from here, you can put a tight stop. If you made money today, you might want to think about calling it a day. If you got chopped up, it makes sense to get chopped up during chop, right? Maybe call it a day, because this is just liquidity for tomorrow. So you don't have to, we need to understand the environment we're in. You don't have to take a risk on every single trade. So understand the environment we're in. We need to stop sitting there biting our toenails and sweaty armpits trying to figure out if it's going to go up or down. Certain things need to happen. If it doesn't happen, then it's not there. If it goes without us, it goes without us. If it didn't look good to you, it needs to look good to you. Adjust your stops if you took this flexion right here. We're trying to see if they're going to give us this. It's kind of broken structure, but this right here. We're in orange until we're not.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I'm here, just being quiet. We're in the middle of chop. Nothing to do here. Wait for a break and retest above 45.32. We're in orange until we're not. Here's the violence I was talking about, right? When I drew this right here, here's that violence right here. So wait for it. You're gonna have to measure risk to reward from blue to this right here. You have to measure risk to reward on this if you're betting on the put. Again, an ideal blue would be somewhere down here. Somewhere down here underneath 39.92 would be an ideal blue. If you're taking the risk, trade light. Get in, get out. So if you're on the 1 minute and you see this yellow right here, that means this. You want to wait for this. A break and retest somewhere underneath here, underneath this this yellow right here. sketchy because the 30's saying sideways. We got 10 seconds on this candle. Looks like they're still respecting this lick box right here. Chenko, I see your question. Let me go look. 25%. Did you say break and retest of 751? Hold on, let me answer Chenko's question first. Yeah, it would be, right? Because look, we're in orange until we're not. So it could bounce just inside of orange, still on this downward trajectory. That was Chenko's question. And then Jones, did you say break and retest of 4150? 41. Yeah, so ideally we like to, here look. So we're getting caught in these two liquidity boxes, right? This little one and this bigger one here. So yeah, somewhere underneath, at least we need to get in this one, at least in this one down here. So yeah, 4150 looks good. Somewhere underneath here, we need to clear this. It needs to look like this. Something like that would be ideal. Jones, if you saw it. We're just stuck in this. In this, there's two liquidities here, right? There's one here. There's one right here, and there's one here, and they're still respecting this one. They're still respecting this. Hey, look, you know what, Jones? Look. Here, the bottom of this lick box is 4155, which is, where's 4155? Which is exactly on the bottom of the, what is this? Exactly on the bottom of orange. So use the 5-minute chart. Use the 5-minute chart. Don't use the 1-minute chart. 1-minute chart's for everybody else. Just use the 5-minute chart. We're in orange until we're not. Here's your ideal put setup. Because of this, there's a no man's land in here, right? Because I was accounting for this. This is just chop, so I mean, you really don't need to think too much. On a higher time frame, we're dealing with. Hold on. The most likely put scenario on the 1 minute is going to be if we close the legs here and have a weak cycle staying inside of this orange. So a weak cycle on the 1 minute, staying inside the orange, and then maybe rejecting once the weak cycle's done off orange to continue down. But if that 1 minute cycle gains strength, then the break of orange, right? Because we're in orange until we're not. It's 30 sideways, right? Because it's above the water, but the cycle's about to end maybe. So it could drag on because the legs haven't closed yet, right? So it could drag on for a bit. So this is just chop. This is just sideways chop. Above the water, below the water, on the water. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Three and a half minutes on the candle. This volume's bad. Look at the volume. There's no volume. It's bad. Bad. Meaning, if you're taking trades, you're gonna have to let these things ride out into the sunset. We're at lunchtime. We are at brunch. Uh, 2 minutes 45 on the candle. What do you mean, Doug? Oh, you lost the connection. Everyone else is still in here. Is there anyone else having issues with Discord? No, everyone's still in here. Yeah, everyone's in here, man. Here, watch. I'll show you screen share. You gotta pay that internet bill. You better get off of Walmart. Oh no, you're on your phone. You're probably driving, that's why. Damn, you're at the crib? Alright, my bad. Well then, you gotta pay your internet. Everyone else is still in here. Look, we are... Yeah, it looks like this wedge is here, right? If this yellow breaks, like, without a wick, right? A break and close, then the legs should turn into like a right angle, a very sharp angle. Like a very sharp angle. Look, we're in orange until we're not. Don't front run it. Don't expect too much because you see exactly where the supply and demand is. So don't expect too much. Just get the money get something if you have to take a trade today. Just get something and get out. If you absolutely must take a trade, which you don't. And I know this looks like a really juicy setup. Believe me, I know it. But there's just so much going on, like, externally, that are not every day is a trading day. That's all. Just don't over leverage. Because think about it, if they do just finish sideways inside these two lick boxes, they're just building the move for tomorrow. This is just liquidity built for tomorrow. So there's nothing wrong with calling it, and then, you know, tomorrow's another day. But if you absolutely must, you just take the money and run. I'm gonna check it out, Doug. Give me a second. All right, Doug, just give me a second. I'm gonna check it out. Give me one sec, bud. I'm showing everything on the Discord. I'm showing the Discord plays anyway right now. So just I'll leave it on the 5 for you. Well, I'll let me see. Yeah. Tell me what you want me, which one you want me to show you, and I'll show you. The 1 second chart coming right up. All right, they're still respecting this lick box right here. We need a very sharp angle on the legs. We need a very sharp angle on the legs. If you're taking yellow and not waiting for down here, your stop probably needs to be along this orange, right? Doug, I sent you a message. All right, protect the trade if you can. All right, we're gonna have to be patient here. Okay. All right, now look, we're coming up to the bottom of this lick box here. Coming up to the bottom of this one. $126% for Chanko. It's too easy. Okay, printing money, right? Printing money. Printing money. Just nice, you know, just don't get greedy now, right? 126%. Just don't get greedy. Just don't let it go against you, brother. That's all. Don't let it go against you. We're on the bottom of this lick box. You see the hesitation right here? So you're gonna have to be okay with some red candles on your brokerage, or take the money, take the 126. Look at this guy crying. He made 126% and he's crying. All right, now they're respecting this one right here, right? You see it? How they're respecting it? Look, this is a good move. From the break of yellow, this is one full point. Excuse me, 742.55 down to 741.55. This is one full point. So if it goes past this, great. If not, you know, one full point, this is that's a good move. And I told everyone, if you're taking this put, you need to put your stops probably along the orange. And then once it wasn't enough money, I told you, okay, protect your trade now. Okay. Come on. One more drop would be nice, right? One more little something would be nice. One more little something would be nice. Come on, give it to us. Come on, give it to us. I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. I'm watching with you. Come on. I like this wick here, but the volume is just so low that it's stalling everywhere. Every liquidity level is just stalling. But when it hits that liquidity level, then it moves. Or, you know, after it breaks the liquidity, then it moves. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm still here. I'm just gonna be quiet in the background. Okay, that was. Whoo. All right, so look, we had our break of our yellow right here. We had the retest of yellow while still inside the orange. Look at the money we just printed. Jeez, whoa. Okay. Oh my goodness. Where's Jones? I need to give Jones a hug. Oh man. All right. Good job. Let me check that 30. Man. Okay, yeah. The break, the retest, and the reject. Yeah. Right here. Are you saying on the lick box? It looks like it, yeah. Look at the money we just printed. Oh man, okay. Now I can breathe. Holy jeez. That was. Where's Jones? I gotta give Jones a hug. I owe Jones more than that. Look at the money we just print. Look at the money we're printing. Woo-wee! Because Jones, look at your comment at 9:43. Oh, or 12:43. All right, look. Let me screen share real quick. Now I got some room. Screen share. Here we go. This is Jones said, "Hold, young one." And I'm like, even though I'm not young, he's talking to me. So I know I needed to hold. Usually I get stopped out on the first wave. Ooh, good job. Good job, Jonesy Poo. Look at it go. Look at it go, Jonesy Poo. Finally. This wave was tough, but the rejection of orange and the rejection of yellow. So this, we had all right, look, we're coming up to the next level of liquidity here. Oh man. Oh man, that was. There we go. That's what we needed right there. That's what we needed right there. Normally, this first would take me out, but look at the money we're printing. Look at it go. Look on the wedge. Break and retest the yellow, still inside orange. All right. How long do we have to wait for that? 5, 10, 20. 30 minutes. We had to hold for 30 minutes. I was holding my gosh darn breath. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Very good day. All right, let me secure something. Let me take something off the table here. All right, we had a good day. Hell yeah. Look at that. Look, the break of the yellow, the retest while still inside the orange. Whew. All right, look, we had a good day. I'm going to screen share it really quick so everyone can see. Look at this, watch. Where are my comments? All right, look, at 9:56, this is Pacific Standard Time. Second bite of the apple, meaning, watch. When we got down here, I was wondering, are we going to retrace back down here to get another test of this level right here at what time? 741.60, right? All right, cool. Let's continue. I said it's getting sketchy on the put side, but orange is holding up. Look at this. Orange is holding up right here in the same minute. Orange is holding up. Look at orange. Easy money. Woo! 20K. 20K. I love it. I love it. Oh, man. All right, I took some off the table here. Oh, we had a good day. Look, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. On the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcasting or affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. And then once you see the proof right in front of your face, Go to the website, livespytrading.com. I promise you, I will get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. Look at the money we just printed. Very good day. Very good day. Started out rough. We identified the wedge. I did my job. I did my job. We did really good today. Look at Jonesy coming through with the encouragement. He's like, hold. He said, you better hold it. I was like, okay, I'll hold. Normally I would have been out on this first one right here. Normally I would have been out. Good job. Good job. All right, we did what we needed to do. Everything we needed to do, we did. Okay, we had a good day. Very good day. So look, I told everyone, if you're taking this yellow right here, your stop needs to be trailing along the orange. Now you see why. This was the perfect setup, right? The break of this orange, the retest of the yellow. Excuse me, I misspoke. Okay, I'm out. I don't have any more contracts. I don't even care. Even if it goes down to infinity. That was a rough 30 minutes. Look, we broke the yellow. We retested the yellow. Also retesting 42.96. Rejected while still inside the orange. And I gave everyone the guidance, right? I typed it out. I'm like, look, orange is holding up. Second bite at the apple, orange is holding up. There's nothing more I can do. All right. And look, right on this liquidity box right here, look where the hesitation is. So this was my risk, right? This is what I decided to do, and I'm okay with that. How much? 40. I got in a little early. Well, let's say even if you got the worst possible fill. 42.19 down to 40.45. Look at the money that just got printed. Oh, we had a good day. We had a very good day. With the blacked out Lokes. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster sometimes. There we go. Man, that was rough. That was a rough 30 minutes. I had to sit there. I'm like, look, I just got to be quiet. I'm still here. I'm just being quiet. We needed that. We had a good day. We had a good day. Oh, good job. Good job. And I'm glad I didn't hold these calls into infinitum. I'm glad I stopped out when I did. You know, I actually wasn't even paying attention. I was just like, okay, this is my time. I made money. Let me get out. Oh, we had a good day. We had a very good day. Still in orange, right? Still inside orange. We see does everyone understand now, Discord, I'm talking to you all. Do you see how we use not only supply and demand liquidity, but we also used the diagonal algorithm liquidity, right? We knew that, number one, we knew purple had the strength here, we knew blue had the strength here, and we knew orange had the strength here. Whew. See, I wouldn't have been okay with this drawdown right here. There's no way. And I'm okay with that. Even if it goes down to I don't even know where, but I'm okay with this. We had a good day. And look at my homie Jones. Jones with the reassurance. He's like, you better hold. All right, Jones. Jones did it. Hell yeah. Using the 3 charts, right, Jones? There we go. There we go. Jones, you just earned a special place in my heart. He said, you better hold. Okay, I'll hold. I had to sit there quiet. Look at the money that's printing. If you're still holding an orange, look. We did good today, right? We did good today. Look at the money. Look at the money. Look at the money. Let's see if we can get this break and retest underneath this lick box here now, right? This is the one we want, the major break and retest right here. And look, the only reason I'm doing this on the 5-minute chart for everyone to see is because Doug, one of the homies, something messed up, so we decided we're gonna keep it on the 5-minute chart just for Doug. So normally on YouTube you're not gonna get all this. You need to join the Discord. Look at the money. Look at the money. I saw that Ghost. Say it, Ghost. Come on now, unless your cat was running across your keyboard. Don't be shy now. The shoulders are break and retest of this lick box right here. So it's valid. Yeah, we're gonna see. It's valid. We got time for it too. Look at the money. Look at the money. Oh man. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Now does everyone understand why we don't trade off the indicators? We can't trade. We use them for information, but we can't trade off of it. This is why. This is why. Indicators aren't going to work. We need better data than that. We don't need data that we already know about. Okay, we had a good day. Ghost, there we go, brother. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Great. Were you holding for 30 minutes like me? Who held for 30 minutes? Man, that was a rough 30 minutes, man. I sat, my eyes are burning because I was staring so hard at the 30 plus. Yeah. I got in a little early too. I got in a little bit early, so, but man, that was a good trade. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Even in choppy days, I got in a little early. Okay. 30 minutes. Yeah, Ghost. It was rough. But now we understand what it takes. If we're not willing to do this, if we're not willing to put our stop, I literally told everyone where to put their stops, right? Along this orange up here. I even pointed to it. It just had to be like that. What I'm saying, look, Ghost, I know you're new, but listen. Whenever I draw this, it's a high, this right here. Whenever I draw this, it's a very high probability of success. Just saying. Doesn't mean it's going to work every time, but it's been every time so far. Right? It's been every time so far. We got a high probability of success if I ever do this right here. Oh, amazing day. Amazing. Holding my breath. Holding my breath. That was rough. I don't even if it goes down to I don't even know where, but I don't care. We did what we needed to do. It's exactly what needed to happen. Let's check on this. Okay. Yeah, I completely neglected the 1-minute chart. I mean, technically, I guess you could have took this break of blue here. You would have had to put your stop above the last high and then let it play out. This could have been a play right here on the break of blue right here, but you'd have to put your stop pretty uncomfortable. Yeah, that's like 2 points. You'd have to put your stop 2 points out of the way. At least on this one, you know, we knew where the stop needed to be. We knew exactly where the stop needed to be on this one. This one was, I'm not going to say easy, but I'm just glad we all got to see it work out, right? We all got to see, you know, what's in my head a little bit. I know it sounds like a circus and I draw a lot of bullshit sometimes, but it means something, right? I'm not just sitting here talking just to talk. It's to make us money. Man, okay. All right, look, wait for a break and retest underneath here. I need to I need to get up and walk away I need to get up and circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Very, very, very good day. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. We have about 250 on this candle here. Remember, this was preemptive. Let me just clean this up. We're just gonna use the 5 minute. I need to use the 5 minute. Look, we're still in our orange, right? Still in our orange. Here's the risky part about this, right? The risky part here is that because we know we're in orange now, we have to watch out for the movement inside of orange. Hold on. I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit. Now we gotta focus here. Now we gotta focus. There's a key level right here as well. What is this? 39.62. Let's look at our 30. Oh damn. Oof. Okay. Little gap right here on the 30. All right, we're coming up the key level on the 1 minute of 39.92. And then I have, after that, I have 39.62. I'm gonna clear some of this up because I want to use this 1 minute chart now. If you use the 1 minute chart, watch. Here it goes right here. Break, retest, reject, right here. Perfect. All I did was slide this over, right? I didn't change anything. The break, retest, reject. I told everyone where it was going to be on the 1 minute, just like this, just like that. Now we see there's some support here at 39.92. Yeah. Call it a day. Call it a day, Jones. God dang. However, we gotta see if this orange is still holding up now. We see little rejection off of 39.92. This next level right here. All right, let's see what orange does here. So look, we have our high or low. We need to see if we're gonna go high or low, if we're gonna break this high or low. Now look, if it does want to get in here, then watch. We have to watch out for this. All right, orange is holding up so far. Remember this, all right? We're in orange until we're not. Orange might be the same algo from Friday, which was blue. Or this orange might be the blue from Friday. It looks a little different, but it looks like the same selling path. any calls have to be above green. Otherwise, we're in orange until we're not. This looks like the exact same, not the exact, but very similar selling algorithm to Friday. It was blue on Friday. So for any calls, not only do we want to break orange, but we also need to form support at 42.96. So maybe look something like this, right? And then from here, you can only ask for green. If it gets above green, break and retest green, then let it run a little bit. It also needs to respect yellow on the way up above 42.96. So yellow needs to be respected on the way up above 42.96, and then you're going to look for 42.96 to be support. And then maybe there's a call situation right here to green. Above green, break and retest green, maybe. We'll see. So, which means there might be a 50-50 right here. So there's a little bit of no man's land right here. So on any breaks of yellow, you got to measure your risk to reward to green. So let's say if it breaks yellow here, you got to measure risk to reward to green. Let's say it breaks here, you got to measure risk to reward to green. This would probably be your best bet, right? At the 50-50, because that's your biggest reward. Or actually, it's 50 the risk, 50 reward. Now, if we're looking at this 1 minute chart, we see there's a little support at 39.92. Look, I told you all, we're in orange until we're not. That's the answer. So we have to watch out for secondary liquidity on orange because we have all the way up until here, right? So if you're looking for calls, you know, if you want to risk it from orange to, you got to go level by level. Your best bet, somewhere up here. I put green here so we can identify it. I'll put an alert here. I'm not saying I think it's going to go up here. What I'm saying is that I'm prepared if it does. All right, so it looks like yellow's still holding up. So we still have our yellow holding up. So which means we can tilt at any point here. If we get above this, then we probably got to look the other way. A little bit of no man's land here, so it could give a fake out right here. We want to look for support on 42.96. And then if we see that, you can only ask for top of green or 44. Top of green. All right, yeah, we can see this yellow holding up, right? Fairly well. Now we got to see who's going to win, right? Plenty of liquidity on yellow to push this up. Look at this big candle right here. What is this? From 40.37 in one candle all the way to 41.40. So this is one full point candle here. And then now we see all this rejection on orange. So there's nothing to do in here, right? There's absolutely nothing to do right now because we're battling between these two high levels of liquidity. You don't need to think. And this 39.92, this is hanging out ominous. Trying to be quiet, but it's loud to me. So we have to watch out for this right here. So look, 39.92 isn't until underneath this green. It's not till underneath this green, which makes sense, right? So let them figure this out right here. Let them figure this out right here. And remember, risk to reward from if it breaks yellow to green, because we already know that green lines up with 39.92, right? Green lines up with 39.92 at some point. So risk to reward. The further away we get from green, the better. For puts, right? The further, if you're looking for puts, the further away we get from this green, the better it is. And the closer we get to the top of this green, the more likely we have this setup right here. So if you're trading in between here, you're probably doing something wrong. Or you're taking the risk, right? You know the risk. I'm telling you what the risk is. Or how about this? If you made money, you don't need to take a trade. Be happy with your day. Hard Mondays, money made. We worked a hard Monday. We made the money. Just go enjoy your day now. All right, look, do you see how it's doing exactly what it needs to do? Exactly what it's supposed to do. Everything's doing exactly what it needs to do. You don't need to think. We know there's high liquidity here. We know there's heavy liquidity here. Let them figure it out. We don't need to get involved. In a few minutes, I got to take a phone call. I have a meeting. So, yeah, and like, in a few minutes, I got to take a phone call. I'm going to be quiet, but I'll be here. I'm just going to be watching. We're coming up on 14, right? Late in the day, long in the tooth. So theta is going to start kicking in. If they keep doing this, it's not going to be pretty for your contract. So think about your deltas and think about theta kicking in like now. Look, one of these things is going to happen. One of them is going to happen. How you play it, that's on you. There's going to be some red candles involved. If you can't survive the red candle, then take your money or stay out of the trade. But one of these things is going to happen. If I were you this late in the day, I'd wait for the A1 setup. real quick before I take my phone call. There's 3 scenarios, right? This one right here with support above 42.96. This bolt down right here, right, with a break of yellow, or this inverse head and shoulders. Got about a minute on this candle. You know what? I messed up. My meeting's in an hour, not right now. My bad. All right, I'm still here. All right, starting now. Let's see what they do on this candle right here. Starting a wick. Now remember, they're fighting between yellow and orange. And if they fade here sideways, completely reasonable. Completely reasonable to fade here sideways with a little bit of time left on the clock. Here's one more tidbit of information we need to keep in mind. If we're going down and you're running the counter trend play, meaning you're buying calls and if we're in the downtrend and you're buying calls, you got to scalp these, right? You got to be in and be out, because at any point it could break this yellow. So I went from orange to key level. If it gets above that, great. Otherwise, you're fighting the trend. You got to be careful at any point here, because it could form secondary liquidity, like let's say right here, and continue in this secondary liquidity and keep in orange. That's why your best bet is to wait above this green here for calls. If you're taking the risk from here, there's the risk you're taking on your own. You know, up here is probably our best bet.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, if you took orange here, here's second bite at the apple on key level 42.49, or excuse me, 42.07. So here's one bite at the apple, 2 bites at the apple. Protect the trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable. Because we're coming up to this 50-50 price, right? So around here is going to be the 50-50. So if it goes above, great. If not, at least protect. So it broke orange, retested orange, rejected off of orange, still inside yellow. Now we're at the 50-50, okay? Figure out your life from here. Either you're gonna hold for the long run, or and it's late in the day, or you're gonna take your profit. Either one. Either one. Nothing's changed. Same thing. That was for you, Grim. I'm just saying you need to protect this trade now, okay? If you took orange, protect your trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out, but you got to be reasonable. Look, the 50-50 is right here. We need to pay attention not to the actual path, but the price. So look to the right around what price, what the price is at. On these paths, I get lucky. Like maybe 80% of the time. So there's still 20% we got to account for. So look at the price to the right. Now, I'll be honest, I thought that because look at all this liquidity in orange, I thought that the break of this would get us some like faster movement here. But I mean, it's doing what it needs to do, exactly what it needs to do. Everything's working exactly what it needs to do, right? We understood that there was liquidity on orange and liquidity on yellow. Yellow liquidity, they didn't want to give it up. They broke orange, right? They retested orange, rejected off of orange. In my mind, I'd like to see, because all this liquidity, probably a little bit faster, but it's starting to pick up now, I guess. But just don't overstay your welcome, because the 50-50 is right here. So plenty of time to figure out your life, right? Maybe this yellow is going to tell us if we have a weak cycle here, right? So the yellow is going to have to dictate if we have a weak cycle. But look, the price action's so slow. And we only got a little bit of time left. Theta's gonna eat away at your contracts. If they wanna go sideways from here, completely reasonable. All right, now they're dancing on the yellow right now. We got so spoiled with that price action from Friday. Friday just moved. It broke whatever it needed to break and kept moving. 2.5 minutes on the candle.
rage on that beat, going crazy. rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Did anyone take the break of yellow here? Break of yellow. Hello, hello, hello. What's the play here? 12:43, 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I just got back. What's the play here? What do you mean? The end of the day. Ain't no play in 43. You better close off. You better close your trades. Look, we had the break of this yellow right here as well. Let me clean up this chart really quick. What's the play? At 12:43. You got 5 minutes left. This guy's talking about what's the play. You better play with your balls. Okay, let's look at yellow here. We see the break of yellow, the retest of yellow, and then the rejection. This is a good move right here. This was a good move. I missed the whole thing. Oops. All right, I'm gonna borrow this chart real quick to make the what do you call it? I'm here. I'm just going to borrow the chart. Wait. Before I go, remember, we had this 50-50 here, right? We had the 50-50 right here. Now, granted, it was, off to the side over here, but it was probably right here. It was important when I said, look at the price. Don't look at the path, because the path was kind of like this. The path was like that. I said, look, oh no, you know what? It was over here. Actually, I remember, closer to this. I said, don't look at the path, look at the price where the 50-50 is. And then we see we have a rejection here, right here, right here, and right here, exactly on the 50-50. So this was a clue. We're rejecting the 50-50. Another clue is the liquidity buildup on yellow. And then we have the break, retest, and the reject of yellow. All right, so let me borrow this chart really quick. Hey Grim, let me know if you're settling in. or if you need any assistance with anything, if you need any clarification or anything, I'm glad that you're asking the questions, right? Don't be afraid to ask the questions. But today was pretty much a typical day. Yeah, today was a very typical day. You see how the algorithms work. You see how the liquidity works with the lick boxes, right? So let's look here really quick. See how liquidity built up in this bigger lick box here, and the rejection on the top of this lick box, which took us to a break, retest, reject underneath this bigger lick box, which gave us the liquidity buildup we needed to push down here. So I know it may be a little confusing at first. Take your time. There's no rush. Just take your time with this stuff. We got 1 minute left. I think we had a pretty good day. I think we had a pretty solid day. Okay, so let me know. So Grim, here's something that a lot of people do. I don't know if you did it or not, or if you're doing it or not, but something a lot of people do is they front run the play, meaning they'll not wait until the break of whatever, or not only will you not wait, or they won't wait, but they'll also not put their stop loss where it needs to be, so they'll keep stopping out short. Let me know if that was an issue for you. Or let me know what was the issue, therefore we can address it. If you're front running the play, it's going to be rough. Front running, by front running I mean taking the trade before the setup is there. And Grim, this is going to take time. It took Jones, goddamn, 27 years. But finally Jones sees it. All right, Grim, take a look at the wins for the day that I just posted in the trade chat. Right? So if the entries are on, for example, the break of purple was 1, the break of blue, the break of yellow, and the break of yellow. So the retest and reject, that the issue there is the retracement, right? Surviving the retracement and allowing the play to play out fully, which I don't know if you've done it yet, but if you haven't, I recommend you go into the getting started and then go all the way down to lesson 8, entries and exits, and it'll give you some type of guide on what you should be looking for before you exit or before you start moving your stop, things like this. If you haven't had a chance, I recommend go to the getting started, go to lesson 8, and then it should give you some type of guidance, and it's going to take time. You need time for the market to breathe, right? So it's going to break whatever the thing is, and then there's going to be some hesitation. If it breaks through and just shoots through, great, right? That's a perfect day. But chances are there's going to be some retracement. There's going to be a candle a couple, like 5 minutes later, where the candle goes into the last candle or your entry candle. And that's when you have to make sure your stop's proper and then let it play out. And you'll know how it plays out. If you read lesson 8, you'll know what I mean by let it play out. So you could have either gotten out on the break. So let's say in this blue, right? If we're in this blue, you can get out on the break of the blue. You can get out on the break of the orange. If we're in orange, right? And you're taking the break of yellow. We're currently in orange, and you took the break of yellow, then you'd exit on the break of orange. That's why I told everyone your stops need to be on orange. And this was like this. But it's going to take you time, brother. It's going to take a little bit of time. So you can identify and associate certain things that I'm saying, and then see the actual price action do what I'm saying. It's going to take a little bit of time to associate those two things. Don't rush it. Keep paper trading. Paper trade for a little bit, and you'll understand. And also, you got to go through lesson 8. I think that's probably one of the most beneficial things in the Discord is that lesson 8. And also, here's another thing. Take the little wins now. Take the little wins. If it's a couple bucks, take those wins, and you'll learn how to allow the play to play out in the future. It's not going to take you too much longer. It took Jones 27 years, right? You know, so it takes time. It takes a little bit of time. Sometimes 27 years. No, I'm just kidding. But Jones, you know, it took him a little bit, but now he's there. And also, here's another thing. Grim, let me tell you, our bias is going to be our worst enemy. Our bias. And you know what's going to happen? Those candles are going to come in. Let's say you think it's calls. Those green candles are going to come in, and you're going to say, I knew it. And you're going to front run it, and then it's going to get to that liquidity level, slap you in the face, and you know, and it's going to lead you to front running. 20K. $20K in a day. And then also, look, you see Jones posting, yeah, I made 20K. You're going to see people posting crazy numbers, right? Don't let them take you off your path. Don't let that, because then that's going to lead to FOMO. You're going to start FOMOing into every play. You're going to see a play and think, oh, there it is. I want to take this. I didn't take the last one. I'm going to take this one, because, you know, you're going to want to get in on that. And you're going to think, why not me? Why can't I do it? Why didn't I do it? Why am I hesitating? And you're going to beat yourself up. Walk your own path. Don't walk anyone else's path. It's going to be hard to walk in Jones's Crocs. It's going to be hard to walk in Jones's high heels, because I know those heels are made for walking, but this is the best advice I can give. Walk your own path. Know your own risk tolerance. There's so many times when I held longer than my tolerance, and I regretted it. And there's so many times where I wish I would have held longer, but you need to have a plan and know who you are. Understand your own risk tolerance. If you're trying to trade off of someone else's risk tolerance, it's never going to work out for you. You have to take this journey. It's a very individual journey, and it's a very personal journey. Now, we're all going to be here with you, right? But the actual steps, you're going to have to walk that walk. And it takes time. It takes a little bit of time, but talk to Doug, talk to Jones, talk to DC. You'll see. It took them a little bit of time too. Took them a little bit of time. And again, you're going to see people posting crazy numbers. Do not let that make you FOMO. Like let's say you had a plan. I want to make this paper trade account get to a certain level, so I know I'm confident to play with real money. As soon as you break open that wallet, everything's going to change. And if you go off that path, like, oh, okay, I didn't necessarily hit my goal for paper trading, I'm just going to start early because I think I got it. As soon as you go off the path, that's when you messed up. That's when you messed up. Just walk the path. It's worth it. Trust me, it's worth it. It is worth it. Because there's some plays like, if you want to make, that's true. That's true. That is very true. What Jones just said, that's true. If you want to talk real talk, would you be happy making 200? Would I be? Or are you asking me? Would I be happy making $200 a day? Probably not at this. Probably not at this stage. Not at this stage now. Oh, him. Yeah. Dummy. Why'd you call me a dummy? I hate you. Jones is a Grinch. Goddamn Grinch. All right, YouTube, that's been my time. It's been a pleasure. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. Discord, I'll be in there in a second.